flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Commissioner Overfield will not be here today, so you're stuck with me. I apologize in advance. I know in the past, the chairman has always had the prerogative of being voting member or tiebreaker, and I will be voting today on all issues. So just moving forward, the first item on the agenda is the consent agenda.
Move to approve, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda. Any discussion? Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chairman votes aye.
Now we're on. Now we're on.
Second item is a public hearing that is slated for 5 minutes, so we're the first time today and probably only time today will be ahead of schedule.
Chairman, you probably will be ahead of schedule after this.
Right after this as well.
This won't take long.
Shouldn't.
We'll give a few minutes in case somebody planned on being here at 9:35. Start public hearings on time.
You told him after the meeting, you didn't want to be the chairman, or you didn't want to be the chairman.
Yeah.
Come January.
Thank you, sir.
Why did we have an Arctic Cat 4-wheeler?
You would have to ask, I think for the public.
Why does the county have an Arctic Cat four-wheeler?
You have to ask Carrie.
We use them for various things. So that one, I think they use it a lot from going from the annex in Powell to the fairgrounds. And they would also use it to like drag the field and different things.
I think the one he's talking to is one we have up for bid, though, right? That's the one.
That was a landfill.
I think that was for picking trash, wasn't it?
It could be. They use the gators to plow
The what?
the parking lot. They use the gators to plow the
Oh.
parking lot.
How many do we have?
At least 5. Depending on apartments.
Yeah, at least.
I think search and rescue has 2. I think buildings and grounds might have 1. Landfill has a couple. Mhm.
I think search and rescue has 4. Yeah, there might. 4 4-wheelers in that general.
Yeah, they have side by side.
If you want to stop by in the office, we can show you the asset list. It's quite extensive.
You just put out the vehicle list.
Yeah, some of them, we could have taken some of them off because there were dump and stuff on there, but that was mostly vehicles and the mileage on the car.
I didn't include any of the trailers or the four-wheelers or the boats or anything on that list.
We kind
It
of
was
cut it
just
down, so you didn't have so much to look through. I forget which one we asked for the mileage. Was it you?
Pardon?
Was it you that?
Yeah, I was just curious on mileage because, we have and that's something we need to discuss at a later date, but we have, a turn-in trade and where we trade in at a certain mileage, but that mileage is changing nowadays. I mean, when I was a kid, you didn't buy a truck over 100,000.
Yeah.
I mean, it was done, our car.
Yeah.
And I sold the truck, traded in a truck last couple of years ago with, I think, 240 on it. So.
Yeah.
Just needs readdressed.
Okay, next on the agenda is renewal of all Park County licenses. Terry Smith is present. Go ahead.
I am. Good morning, Vice Chairman.
Yeah.
Oh, if you could open a
Just
public
say-
hearing.
You're opening the public hearing.
Opening the public hearing.
Sorry. Good morning, Vice Chairman Theo. I am Carrie Smith. I am the second deputy in the Park County Clerk's office. And today I'm just going to bring before the board the Park County liquor license renewals. These renewals will begin July 25th of this year and they'll continue until July 24th of next year. We currently have 20 full retail liquor licenses, 8 of which have a guest ranch designation, 4 malt beverage permits, and 1 satellite manufacturer permit. Park County can issue up to 24 full retail liquor licenses. And then all the requirements have been met for renewal for all these licenses, which includes all the applications were received before the required deadline. All the renewal and advertising fees have been paid. The state has reviewed the applications and have found no additional requirements for these applicants. Law enforcement has found all applicants to be in good standing. The applicants are current on sales tax, are in good standing with the state of Wyoming for their business licenses. And I will now entertain any questions you might have regarding these renewals.
Any questions, commissioners? No, it is a public hearing. We are broadcasting, so in the event somebody wants to speak, please step forward. Speak into the microphone so people online can hear you. And at this point, we'll open for any comments from the public. Any comments from the public? Any
Sorry,
comments from the public?
I just wanted to ask how many are available now.
You can have up to 24 full retail liquor licenses,
So that would leave,
leave 4 more,
4
or
more.
additional. Yes,
that includes malt beverage too,
no, malt beverage is different.
All beverages unlimited.
unlimited.
Sell all the beer you want.
Yes,
This time the board would entertain a motion to close public hearing.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Second,
It's been moved and seconded to close public hearing. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Mr. Chair, move to approve the renewal of the Park County liquor license.
That's listed. Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the list presented to renewal all Park County liquor licenses. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
thank you, Vice Chairman, for your time.
They're all behind you, the sign.
Yeah, with the gold pen.
Oh, shit. I only have 12 minutes to do it.
Yeah, you have time.
Oh, yeah, it is our next one is public. It's public hearing day.
Yeah, it's public hearing. We have 5 today.
There's a
What's that?
whole bunch of people who moved into Garland and they're talking about opening up a.
Sure, they were all
Bar,
already
Really?
Okay. Because we have to do it. for the
I'm
public
tired of
hearing,
driving
we
into
just
town.
follow up, but welcome to
It is a long drive, and especially for Hatfield.
It should carry me.
Well, it used to be in the old days when Powell was a dry town, everybody
Mhm.
drove to Garland. Well, you could see the dust
is Hurricane Mesa Ranch floodplain development permit. It says a public hearing and hereby open. The public hearing presented, the application will be Planning Director Joy Hill.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have the application of the Hurricane Mesa Ranch Incorporated. The applicant is actually Chad Bailey. He's a professional engineer working on behalf of the landowner, and he is here in the room today. And we also have some other representatives on Zoom in case they have questions. So this particular application was received by my office on April 24th, in addition to a significant amount of supplemental information, which you'll find in the staff report packet. So I will be summarizing those materials, but there is a great amount of detail in there that shouldn't be ignored. So on April 28th, I had requested additional information from the applicant, including evidence of notification from the Army Corps of Engineers and the Department of Environmental Quality, just to make sure that they have no special requirements there. Mr. Ryan Collier of Biota Research had provided an email, which was in this application, that confirmed that Corps of Engineers and DEQ were notified and that a nationwide permit 45 applies to this project. I have still not received confirmation from the Corps of their approval, but we did provide a condition that that be required before they commence the work. We did confirm the ownership of the property by the records of the Park County Clerk and Recorder. I'd like to note that the property is subject to a deed of conservation easement. This is sort of a unique situation where a previous landowner or the landowner a long time ago entered into an easement agreement with the Nature Conservancy. And so it's a 31-page easement document, which we did not include in this particular packet, but it is available in our office and in the records of the Park County Clerk. And I just wanted to basically say that we did not confirm that these activities comply with the terms of the easement. The Nature Conservancy is a nonprofit organization. They're not a typical agency that we would notify, but the applicant did mention in their statement that they believe they're within the terms of their agreement. So the applicant is requesting permission to restore uplands and channel banks along the North Fork Crandall Creek, incorporating scour protection, rock and log structures designed to provide resistance against high flow velocity and elevated bank shear stress. The primary objectives of the project, as stated by the applicant, are as follows. Number one, provide bioengineered bank restoration treatments that stabilize the terrace landform adjacent to Hurricane Mesa Ranch. Number two, prevent excessive sediment inputs from bank erosion in the project area. Number three, improve in-stream habitat quantity and quality for Yellowstone cutthroat trout. Number four, implement revegetation treatments that improve riparian vegetation conditions. And number five, protect the conservation values for which the deed of conservation easement was established. The regulations that apply to this application are the 2015 Park County Development Standards and Regulations, Chapter 4, Section 5A, Floodplain Overlay District. So the project is located approximately 35 miles northwest of Cody, and that's straight line distance. The latitude and longitude for the project area were incorrect in the application. So the information that I placed in here is the more accurate location of the project. There is an error on the next sentence. The project is near the confluence with the main stream of the Crandall Creek. So the North Fork flows into that main channel. In this area, the upper reaches can be steep and narrow in confined channels that are prone to instability and seasonal flood events. There's also a braided channel condition in this area as well. There's a lot of sediment deposition that has occurred and does naturally occur in these areas. According to the records of the county assessor's office, there are two residences from the 90s, 5 guest houses from 1930 to 1956, and a hay shed on the property. The one residence, which has an in-ground septic system, is about 60 feet from the site of the proposed project. So it's pretty close to danger, is basically what that's saying. We provided some imagery to show you the location of the project, basically the topography in the area. In addition, we've identified what's nearby. So we've of course got exempt land surrounding this project. Forest Service lands are to the west, north, and east. And then to the south, most uses are basically agricultural. So a little bit further detail about the project. We provided several of the figures that the applicant had given us, but there are many more. Basically, The proposed activities include bank and plug grading, jam buttress construction, deflector jam construction, bank jam construction, tow rock installation, and revegetation. The activities will result in an excavation of 2,150 cubic yards and a fill of 2,150 cubic yards of large woody and alluvium material for bank restoration. The project materials will be sourced from bar excavation, on-site displaced large wood, and import of rock from a nearby site. Revegetation will be completed at the end of construction via installation of cuttings and brush trenches. Broadcast seeding will be completed during construction as well. So as most of you know, in June of last year, we had catastrophic flooding. Yellowstone, the North Fork of the Crandall Creek was no different. It also had large stands of trees removed, and they were transported downstream to create just massive log jams. So near this confluence, widespread sediment deposition occurred, which caused these multi-thread braided channels that eroded an area 400 to 600 feet wide across the floodplain. That's a pretty significant cut in this particular reach. So adjacent to the property, the creek actually migrated up to 110 feet laterally towards the ranch. The avulsion channel that was created during the event is proposed to be filled in and reclaimed with engineered log jams to reduce future risk to the existing infrastructure. So flood flows would simultaneously be returned to the existing main channel, and bar excavation is proposed to restore conveyance. So they're trying to return this particular location to its pre-flood conditions. So you can see a drawing in figure 4 that shows the existing conditions. And then in figure 5, they start to show you what they're planning to do. Cut off that avulsion channel. There are some diagrams that show the types of log jams and buttresses that they're planning to construct. I'm not going to go into great detail, but the applicant provided detailed results of a hydraulic modeling analysis. It was not clear that there's a no-rise situation. I don't see a no-rise certification. However, it essentially looks as though they're trying to achieve pre-flood conditions and no rise in doing so. I can let the applicant speak to that on more detail. We did notice this public hearing as required in the Cody Enterprise. Neighbor notices were also sent to landowners within 660 feet of the property boundary as required. We did send agency notices out to several folks, including the county engineer, the treasurer, weed and pest, fire district, fire inspector, game and fish, Army Corps of Engineers, local conservation district, and Trout Unlimited. I also notified Kim Johnson. He's our National Flood Insurance Program state coordinator. And Brian Edwards, the county engineer, as early as possible for their consideration. And we also notified the Forest Service early, knowing that they have an interest in floodplain work that's happening near their boundaries. So on April 29th, Kim Johnson responded that it is important to ensure the channel is reestablished to its original configuration, but not in a way that it's an alteration of the waterway. So he wanted to ensure that channel carrying capacity will be maintained, and he addressed the importance of the Corps of Engineers and DEQ responses. On May 4th of 2023, Amelia Roth-Leutner of the U.S. Forest Service stated that they didn't have any questions or comments for the project. On May 26th, the Park County Treasurer's Office indicated that taxes are paid in full for the property. May 30th, 2023, Mike Happold of the Corps of Engineers stated that the project is assigned to Alex Kostra for review. May 30th, Jerry Parker of the Park County Fire District Number 2 indicated the project does not appear to involve access to the building on the property. He did not provide any additional comment or questions. May 30th, Alex Kostra responded from the Corps of Engineers that yes, he is assigned to review. He has not provided a response since that time. On June 8th, the Wyoming Game and Fish Department requested the following. 1, notification of any change in site conditions that result in a change in the project approach, including 1, cut fill quantities, 2, proposed bank stabilization techniques, or 3, length of the project, so they may review and comment on the revisions. Timing of construction will need to comply with the spawning restrictions for Yellowstone cutthroat trout and rainbow trout that will be identified in the Army Corps permit authorization documents. And finally, construction should not occur from November 15th through April 30th in elk crucial winter range. I had indicated that the county engineer didn't provide a response, but yesterday we did get his response. Essentially, he agreed. It's understood that the flood damage is the reason for this project. He provided a review of their calculations and modeling and indicated that he feels there shouldn't be a rise more than 1 foot. He also believes that the intent is to go for a no rise. He doesn't have any significant concerns. He would recommend that a letter with photos and as-built drawings be prepared by a Wyoming licensed professional engineer acknowledging that the improvements were completed in accordance with the plans, should they be approved by the board. So when I get to conditions, I will be amending those that I had presented in the staff report. We have not received a response from Weed and Pest. It's not required. We did not receive any public comments on this project. So as you know, there are factors that need to be met in order to approve a floodplain development permit. I will quickly run through them. Number one, danger to life and property due to flooding or erosion damage. Significant flooding compromised the eastern bank of the North Fork Crandall Creek. The continued failure of this section of the creek will lead to further erosion of the upland property, thus endangering life and property. The proposed restoration and repair efforts are intended to reduce danger to life and property due to flooding by decreasing the effects of the damaging erosional processes. Number two, the susceptibility of the proposed facility and its contents to flood damage and the effect of such damage on the owner. The site is susceptible to erratic and extreme seasonal flooding events. The repairs proposed are intended to return the water course to its original configuration, strengthen the stream banks, and prevent significant loss of property in the future, thereby protecting the landowner from flood damages. Number three, danger that materials may be swept onto other lands to the injury of others. While the intent of the repairs are to strengthen the stream banks and offer additional protection from future erosion, there is no guarantee that the proposed deflector jam structures, bank jam structures, and vegetation will not be swept onto other lands during the future high flow event. Number four, the compatibility of the proposed use with existing anticipated development. Of course, the bank stabilization efforts will ensure that the existing structure and property are protected. Number five, the safety of access to the property in times of flood for ordinary and emergency vehicles. This proposed project will not adversely affect the access to the property in times of flood and emergency vehicles, as the primary access is via North Crandall Road and no work is proposed along or near the access. Number six, costs of providing governmental services during and after flood conditions. The proposed project will not impact public streets, bridges, or utilities and facilities. The work is proposed on private property. The project will not have an impact on the costs of providing governmental services during or after flood conditions to such infrastructure. Number seven, the expected heights, velocity, duration, rate of rise, and sedimentation of floodwaters. The applicant has provided hydraulic analyses that communicate the anticipated base floodwater surface elevations. The goal is to return creek conditions to pre-flood conditions. However, when comparing existing post-flood conditions to proposed conditions, it is apparent that some areas in the project location will see a rise in base flood water surface, while others will see a decrease. It is possible the net difference will be insignificant. Number eight, the necessity to the facility for a waterfront location. It's a stream bank repair restoration project. They are lands with riparian rights, and conducting work in a waterfront location is necessary. Number nine is essentially the same. It's a stream bank repair restoration project. Conducting work in an alternative location is not an option. And number 10, the relationship of the proposed use to the land use plan. The land use plan of 1998 specifies the county will regulate building in floodplains, maintain a balance between human needs and protection of the environment, and enforce existing laws on river channeling. By doing this application review, you are upholding those goals. There's an 11th condition for water course alteration. The applicant is not proposing to alter the water course. We have some recommendations for approval. These conditions I am changing based upon Brian Edwards providing his review. So I would like to remove number one, and I'll jump straight to number two. The applicant shall provide evidence of and comply completely with the terms of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers approval to the Planning and Zoning Department prior to commencing the permitted activities. Number three, which is now number two, this floodplain development permit applies only to the repair and stabilization of the east bank of the North Fork Crandall Creek along the property addressed as 122 North Crandall Road, Cody, Wyoming, according to the detailed plans provided by the applicant for this project. Number three, the floodplain development permit is valid for 1 year from the date of approval. Number five, county personnel may conduct site visits during or following the completion of the construction. Number six, I would like to amend. The applicant shall notify the floodplain administrator when project work is complete and provide photographs of pre and post construction conditions, in addition to as-built drawings prepared by a Wyoming licensed professional engineer, acknowledging the improvements were completed in accordance with the plans. Number six, any changes to the proposed project or development in the floodplain that are not expressly addressed by this permit shall require a separate floodplain development permit. And number eight, the applicant shall otherwise comply with the Park County, Wyoming 2015 development standards and regulations and any applicable state and federal laws. Mr. Chairman, I would like to add, I did not place a condition based on Game and Fish's recommendation, expecting that some of that will be covered in the Army Corps permit. However, you certainly have the discretion if you want to impose a no construction during that window of time or anything else that you wish to do. So that's all I have. There are pictures of the project site or near the project site area to show you sort of the intensity of the disaster, and you're certainly welcome to ask the applicant questions as well.
Okay. Before we move to the public comments, does any commissioners have questions for staff? It is a public hearing, so we just ask that you come forward, state your name, use the microphone for those that are on zooming in. So is there any comment from the public?
Chad Bailey, representative of Biota Research and applicant. Just would like to comment that the Nature Conservancy was notified of the project. They reviewed it and are in accordance with the easement.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public? Any other comments from the public?
Mr. Chair, I move we close the public hearing.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to close public hearing. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve the floodplain permit as presented with conditions as amended.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can I mention the number of the permit on the record? It's 3-23. I neglected to say that earlier.
You good, Colleen?
Oh, yeah.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, it's been moved to approve the floodplain permit 3-23 as amended with conditions as amended. Any more further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes.
Resolution 2023-30.
Thank you.
Hey,
Rocking on.
our next item on the agenda is also a public hearing. Stay listed to start at 10:10. So we will pause for a few moments. We need to start our public hearings on time. We'll give it a few more minutes here. We'll let Kim get ready.
Let me get ready. I may need more than a few minutes, maybe a few hours. No, I'm good.
Not as bad as was up there.
No, I know.
Better come back here and get my coat.
Oh. Wait till this afternoon, it'll be way hotter in here.
It'll be cold before.
Yeah, it only seems it's 52 degrees outside.
Yeah, it's supposed to be cold today and rainy all day.
All right, Next item on the agenda is application for a special use permit by Hawkins Heart Mountain Collision and Repair. It is a public hearing. I hereby open. The permit application will be presented by Kim Diddleman.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So for this proposal, the applicant is Mr. Hawkins. This property is in the GRP zoning district. The planning area is Cody Powell Rural. We did receive an application from Mr. Hawkins in March of this year, including payment. He did send us a site plan showing use location, a shop building plan showing the floor plan of the building, the existing shop, and an application letter that really talked about any potential impacts on neighboring properties and things like that, and hours of operation, parking, utilities. The requested action is approve this special use permit. It will be, we classify this as a cottage industry. It will be a collision repair business in an existing shop building, but essentially body work of vehicles and other pieces of equipment. The building is 2,400 square feet. He will operate primarily on weekends, occasionally on weekday evenings. At first, he might, should he be able to devote more time to the business, he'll move to a Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Should he be able to do that. All work will be done inside the shop building. And he said vehicles and any equipment needing repair will be in a dedicated parking area outside to not exceed 5,000 square feet in size. We have classified this as a cottage industry. The applicant does live on the property, and also because of the nature of the use and the size, we classified it as that. The location of this property is it's 4.5 miles west of Ralston. You can see this in figure 1. It's directly southwest of the intersection of Road 19 and Lane 11. The property does have an address of 1102 Road 19. And again, in figure 1, you see the location. This property is in a GRP zoning district. Cottage industries are permitted in that zoning district, provided an SUP is approved. Neighboring land uses you see in figure 2. This parcel is located by ag uses in the area, and also there's 3 smaller residential parcels located in the immediate area. In terms of site characteristics, I mentioned on this property that there is an existing structure, 2,400 square feet, and Mr. Hawkins has made it, or is going to make it, have an office area, a 40 by 20 curtained area for dust and paint containment or control. The shop also contains a bathroom that is connected to an existing unpermitted septic system, and I can talk about that, Mr. Chairman, just a minute. And the shop building is just located northwest of the existing residence. You see in figure 3 the topography of the property. It's relatively flat. This property is not within a mile of any municipality, so that review is not required. Legal notice requirements were met. The notice in the newspaper was in the Powell Tribune once on June 6th, once on June 13th of this year. On June 2nd, we mailed the notice out to the neighboring property owners as required, and we shared the staff report with you, with the applicant, and we put it on the web. Agency referrals. This is an SUP, so we notify agencies we think might have an interest. DEQ was notified. They responded with their standard letter talking about if they're needed certain permits, then they told us who they would notify, or who we could notify. Treasurer was notified. Originally, they said only half of the property taxes were paid. I talked to them today, and they said the second half of property taxes on this property was paid in early June, or actually, I believe it was early May. So taxes are current. Heart Mountain Irrigation District, they said that they believe this use would not interfere with any of their infrastructure. They did want confirmation, and I believe that has happened. The applicant has reached out to them and said the parking area will not interfere with any irrigation. Game and Fish, they have no wildlife concerns. Garden Light and Power said that they do supply power to this property, and they're in the process of upgrading. Weed and Pest did an initial inspection, found no noxious weeds. However, they do recommend the applicant follow best management practices. And a weed plan, Mary said, will not be required. Public Work responded. They talked about the location, and that Lane 11, Road 19 are maintained by the county and what those surfaces are. Public Works reiterated that the property has accesses from Road 19. Public Works said they will issue an address for the business use. Public Works said traffic volumes are not anticipated to increase substantially should this be approved, this use. Public Works said a drainage plan will not be required by them, and they felt like a stormwater permit from DEQ is not required because of the size of the use. We did not receive a response from Fire District number 1. We've not received any public comments. Planning and Zoning reviewed this proposal on May 24th. They recommended approval. They just had the 3 conditions that they're recommending. So approval standards, SUP, compatibility and impacts is a large part of it. Again, the applicant said the use will occur inside the building. Any noise from tools will be inside the building. I reiterated business hours, ultimately possibly Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. The applicant said delivery of parts will occur once per week. He did again designate a parking area for vehicles to be worked on. He thinks it will limit visual impacts to neighbors because of where it's located. The applicant said customer traffic will, he thinks, include 1 or 2 vehicles per week. Customer parking will be created on the northeast side of the shop building. Customers will not have access to the structure's restroom. It will just be for the applicant, Mr. and Mrs. Hawkins. The applicant will be the only employee. And he did say there are dusk to dawn lights on the outside of the shop building. They are shielded and down directed, he said. This building is not within 20 feet of any county road right-of-way. No covenants are proposed or existing. The property has no non-conformities. No nuisances have been reported. In terms of services and infrastructure, access is from County Road 19. Domestic water, the only thing the applicant said is if necessary, he will have bottled water for customers, but he's not providing any other water for them. I've already talked about the irrigation. Parking, technically, this is a non-residential use, so a parking spot is required for each 400 square feet of area. That would be 6 parking stalls. Again, however, the applicant thinks that there'll just be 1 or 2 customers per week, and he is going to have parking on the northeast side of a shop building, assuming, well, that is 40 feet in width, assuming 10 feet per spot. It appears like he has an area sufficient for 4 spaces. We feel that that's adequate. As I mentioned, the shop has an unpermitted septic system that also serves the residents. So when the applicant, when the Hawkins bought this property, the residence does not have a building permit. There is an existing septic, which does not have a permit. So we did not require anything when they moved into the property. We assumed the septic would be sized appropriately. When they built the shop and wanted to put a bathroom, my understanding or how I look at this is I didn't feel like we needed to size the existing septic because my assumption was when somebody's in the shop using the bathroom, they're not using a bathroom in the house. Appears it should be sufficient. And he's not having customers use the restroom. So we feel like the septic is sufficient. Garden Light and Power is the electricity. Natural gas is from Black Hills Energy. No signs are proposed. Solid waste, we have regulations for that. Though the applicant is expected to comply with our regulations. This property is in an ag overlay district. However, we feel like there's no aspect of the use that will negatively impact ag uses. And we feel like the proposed use should not be negatively impacted by any neighboring ag uses. Site plan review is required for cottage industry. However, the structure is not larger than 5,000 square feet, and the use will not exceed more than an acre of developed land. So our conclusion is site plan review is not necessary in this case. Mr. Chairman, we recommend approval of the SUP. We do have conditions we're recommending. Is it okay if I read those?
Yes.
One is our recommended conditions. One is Park County noise, lighting, and other nuisance regulations shall apply. Number two is any changes to the number of employees, customer use, or expansion of the septic system will require review of that system by the county small wastewater administrator or a designated local official. And number three, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County development standards and regulations. And I'm happy to answer questions should you have any.
Thank you, Kim. Commissioners, have any questions for staff?
I do, Kim, and I've noticed it in summary of findings and also in approval standards, but you've got business hours of business from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. Is that different than hours of operation? I guess where I'm getting on this is, and I have absolutely no problem with them working on the weekends, but I don't want something to be put in stone that says the business hours are 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. and someone coming down the road some on a later date and saying, wait a second, you can't work on weekends. I just want to make sure that this is not restricting him by saying his hours of operation are Monday through Friday. If we need to amend that or change that, we want to do it now.
Okay, and Commissioner Livingston, right now the applicant is planning to do weekends and nights, but he possibly wants to expand. Yeah, those hours of operation would possibly constrain him. So yeah, it's a good idea possibly to consider changing those.
I mean, does the applicant understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I thought we did. I thought we talked about that, but apparently it didn't pass through or something like that. I thought we talked because and I don't remember if it was Ken or Jennifer. At one time we talked about wanting to make it so just like what you said, so somebody wouldn't complain down the road if I did work on a Sunday at 10 o'clock or something in the morning. Is that what that's
where I'm at? I mean, right now
I thought we put that in there, but we must not have.
Commissioner Livingston, have in reference to request of action. To me, it kind of summarizes what, it covers all because it's not definite to only Monday through Friday. It says that the use of the repair applicant will operate initially weekends and occasional weekends and evenings. So
but then further on down in the summary of findings and approval standards, it says hours of operation are Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And so I just don't want I don't want someone to come down the pike, some neighbor get torqued at you and come down the pike and say, wait a second, you can't work on weekends. I would think I'd feel more comfortable if we address that now.
Yeah.
And I would defer to Kim for some, some guidance on language that we would put in there. Hours of operation are 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. 7 days a week.
Yeah, or possibly hours of operation for customer use or business hours of operation.
It's a little too soft there for me. I mean, I would like it. I think, again, it's the applicant, but I think I would feel better if I was the applicant having a little more definitive that my hours of operation are 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. 7 days a week, or even 8 a.m. But the problem we have there is this was put out for public comment with those in there.
True.
With that in there. So I don't know what direction we want to go.
Is there any discussion on this? I mean, I'll take staff's recommendation as into account as well, but I think the requested action explains.
Yeah,
it leaves it open, and it's not listed as a condition, so
it is an approval standards number 30. Approval standards number 30 does say
findings.
findings says,
And
Those
those,
are summary of findings.
Summary of findings.
Not conditions.
yeah,
yeah. That's my comment. The option we would have, Mr. Chairman, is you can come back for an amended SUP if it ever becomes an issue.
true, yeah, that is a good idea.
I mean, it is in there that some work will occur on weekends and evenings, but
Initially,
Due to time restraint, this is a public hearing. If you do wish to speak, please come to the front of the room, speak into the microphone for any people zooming in and direct your questions to the chair or statements.
You want me to go?
If you want, if you
Do I need to?
No.
I can.
You don't have to.
Oh, okay, I mean, if you don't have any questions for me.
So are there any public comments?
move to close the public hearing, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to close public hearing portion. Commissioners, we can discuss a condition to further Commissioner Livingston's concern if you want, or what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman. Discussion?
Yes.
Discussion.
Discussion.
I would like to see added in staff recommendations, and not that this gentleman would do this, but I've seen this happen with other businesses, but I would like to add a fourth conditions that the applicant shall abide by the Wyoming abandoned vehicle statute and have no more than 5 unlicensed vehicles within sight of a roadway.
You want to put that in the form of a motion?
And that doesn't need to be,
Pardon?
Mr. Chairman, if it's added as a condition, we'll vote on all conditions.
Right.
And again, I've just past experience, I've seen where businesses turn into a body shop, and then before you know it, there's 30 cars out there unlicensed, and then you're going through. So I would like to have that abide by the abandoned vehicle statute.
Any other discussion?
and Commissioner Stewart, that limits you to 5,
If I'm correct, it's 5 unlicensed vehicles within sight of a roadway.
but it's the abandoned
Wyoming-
vehicle
Wyoming
statute.
abandoned vehicle statute.
Okay.
What's the pleasure of the board,
Move to approve with conditions as presented, Mr. Chairman.
including
Including the number 4.
Second.
second? It's been moved and seconded to approve special use permit 249 Harkins Heart Mountain Collision and Repair as presented with the existing conditions and adding number 4 as stated by Commissioner Stewart. Any discussion? Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
All right. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Second.
Give it to him.
Scott seconded.
Hey, I learned. 2023-31.
All right. Thank you, Pauline.
Hey, Scott, I thank you on that because there's one in Powell that I'm like, oh my God. Thank you. And I don't want to the property anyway.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank
We
you.
we do have another public hearing immediately following that. I'm a couple minutes behind, so I am hereby gonna open the public hearing on SUP 250 for Bridger Towers Corporation. Planning Assistant Director Kim Dillon will present the application.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the applicant for this project is Bridger Tower Corporation. This location of the property, it's in a GR20 zoning district. The planning area is Clark. We did receive a special use application for this project on April 14th of this year from Bridger Tower Corp. They also provide an application letter talking about how the approval standards for an SUP can be met. They also shared with us material. We call them, or I call them sheet plans. They're attached. Construction drawings and also a geotech report. All those are attached. This property is owned by Switchback Ranch. And the application was signed by David Leichen, Lucia, an agent representing the property owner. The requested action is review and approval of this SUP, which will be construction of a 310-foot monopole communication tower. It will be part of a wireless communication facility. It will be able to accommodate up to 4 wireless carriers. And right now, Verizon Wireless is a proposed carrier that has an identified lease area. So my understanding is they at least have one carrier who has expressed interest in this. And so we have classified this as major utility use because one of the examples of a major utility use is a communication tower more than 35 feet in height, which obviously this is. I mentioned this is in the GR20 zoning district, and major utility use is allowed in that district provided an SUP is approved. I mentioned the ownership Switchback Ranch. This property is a just over a 679 acre parcel. And I will mention the history of this. And actually I was here back then. And I think Commissioner Livingston is here for this. So back in December of 2018, there was a group who received an approved SUP to put in, I believe, a 199-foot communication tower, essentially at the same spot. That SUP was approved, and actually it was extended once, but then the work was never commenced. So that SUP went away, became void. So the location is approximately 20 miles northwest of Powell. It's approximately 2,000 feet southeast of the intersection of Highway 120 and Highway 294. You can see the location in Figure 1. It does have an address of Highway 294. In terms of neighboring land uses, a little bit north and east and south of this property are BLM managed properties. However, this parcel is agriculture use. There's some other agriculture uses in the area. To the west of this property, there's some ag uses and residential vacant land. And also there is at least one commercial use in the area. Neighboring land use is shown in Figure 2. Figure 3 shows a topo map. So the tower location will be approximately 4,000 feet east of the Clark's Fork of the Yellowstone. Again, you see that in Figure 3. Otherwise, the property has some gradual changes in elevation. And again, this property is not developed. It's rangeland and pasture. Legal notices. So an SUP, we're required to put legal notices in the paper. That occurred on the Powell Tribune, once on June 6th, once on June 13th. Written notice was mailed to the neighbors on June 2nd. Agency referrals were met. Beartooth Electric responded. They will provide service and it is available. DEQ responded with their standard letter. Park County Treasurer responded saying taxes are paid in full on the parcel. YDOT responded. Jack Hoffman with YDOT mentioned that a field access currently exists. He said a highway access has not yet been constructed. And to our knowledge, at least at the time, last we heard, an access application, which is required, has not been received by YDOT. However, the applicants have been informed of this requirement. Game and Fish responded. They said this particular area is not in any sage grouse core area or has any elect buffers. It's not an elect buffer. They did though say that there are no nearby raptor nests. However, the area does have a higher use of some raptors, and so Game and Fish suggested or recommends that the tower and the guidelines be as visible as possible to reduce any raptor strikes. Weed and Pest responded. Mary said no noxious weeds were found. However, given the land disturbances that Mary anticipates, she does recommend or require a long-term noxious weed plan. She does require a long-term noxious weed plan. We reached out to the FCC and the FFA. We did get a letter back from the FFA. In that letter, it said that they anticipate this tower will not be hazard to air navigation. However, in their letter, they talk about the request will be forwarded to the FCC. And so because it's subject to their licensing authority as well. Public Works responded. They said this use will have no impact on roads. They recommend a geotechnical study that has been done and plans be prepared by a Wyoming licensed professional engineer. We did reach out to the fire district number 4. We've not received a response. We've not received any public comments. Planning and zoning considered this use in their meeting in May. They recommended approval. They had 3 recommended conditions. Again, with an SUP, compatibility and impacts are part of the standards. The applicant said this tower will be self-supporting, 310 feet. With a lightning rod, total height will be 315 feet. Following construction, the applicant said they anticipate no increase of noise or traffic. The tower will be in a 80 by 80 square foot or 640 square foot fence compound and lease area. My understanding is the compound is exactly the size of the lease area. It'll be enclosed by a 6 foot tall chain link fence, additional foot above it of barbed wire. There'll be an access gate that's 16 feet in width, and that gate will be locked. There'll be a metal swing gate proposed at the access point from State Highway 294. The applicant said no additional noise created by the structure after construction is complete. Electricity is from Beartooth Electric. The applicant said there'll be no water, wastewater, or sewage facilities that are proposed or necessary. To access the compound, a 20-foot wide access driveway and utility easement, and there'll be a 12-foot drive on that easement. There'll be 3 guy wire easements that are proposed. Within the fence compound, there currently is an 18 by 30 foot lease area for Verizon equipment. And I know you saw these on the maps. And in this one particular Verizon equipment area, there will be a 10 by 10 equipment shelter and a diesel generator. And again, I think those are shown on one of the maps. And then there'll be hopefully 3 additional carrier areas should this be approved. The applicant said the surface area of the compound will be 4 inches of stone over fabric. They said this is unmanned communication site. Once this is built, the only traffic will be occasional maintenance technicians. They anticipate that occurring once per month. This use will not be within 20 feet of a county road right of way. No covenants are proposed or existing. Outdoor lighting standards apply. We have in our staff report, lighting will be required. And if I remember correctly from the P&Z meeting, I believe the applicant said because this is over 200 feet, I believe there will be tower lights. Property has no nonconformities, no nuisances have been reported. We did receive and shared with you a geotechnical report. Access will be from Highway 294. An access permit from YDOT will be required. To my knowledge, that's not been approved yet. Domestic water is not required. This property is not in an irrigation district. Parking regulations do not apply. Parking is not necessary other than parking once a month vehicle on the drive. Proposed use will not produce sewage or wastewater. Beartooth Electric will provide electricity. No signs are proposed except on the fence. There will be warning and no trespassing signs. The proposed use will not generate solid waste according to the applicant. And again, Mr. Chairman, site plan review is required for major utility uses. However, the nature and the size of this use makes it exempt from site plan review. We have a number of findings We recommend approval, Mr. Chairman. And we do have some conditions I'd like to read. If you approve, we recommend condition number one, Park County noise, lighting, and other nuisance regulations shall apply. Number two, the applicant shall provide evidence of a TOWAR determination from the FCC. And again, my understanding is the FAA did reach out to the FCC, so they have been notified. Number three, the applicant shall provide evidence to the Planning and Zoning Department that an access permit from WIDOT has been approved prior to commencement of any construction activities. Number four, the applicant shall provide evidence to Planning and Zoning Department that a long-term noxious weed management plan has been approved by Weed and Pest prior to commencement of any construction activities. And number five, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County, Wyoming 2015 development standards and regulations. And I'm happy to answer questions should you have any.
Thank you, Kim. Commissioner, have any questions for staff?
Just a quick one, as far as the lighting on the structure, who would be responsible for notifying the FFA if the lights go out? Would that be Bridger Tower? Would be the landowner? Would you have an idea on who looks for that?
Yeah, Commissioner Mango, I don't know who well, I shouldn't say I assume, but there will be, my understanding, there will be maintenance technicians there once a month, possibly during daylight hours, but that might be their responsibility. But to answer your question, I don't know. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Staff, we have a representative here that is eager to answer that question.
Because
If
I
you
know
could
that
come forward and state your name. We do have online.
I know that the FFA doesn't want to wait for a month to get a notification on something like that, so.
Absolutely. My name is Chad Crayhead with Bridger Tower Corporation. Our towers that are lit are monitored internally. So we have it has a modem inside the tower box, lighting box itself. So we get an hourly, it goes back to our NOC, our system, and it lets us know that the tower's flashing, it's flashing white, it's flashing red, or it's making the turn during the day and the night. It's in constant communication with us. As soon as something happens, it immediately tells us, and it sends a notification. It's automatically set up to the FAA. So that's something that's automatic, and we don't even have to think about it. We have to wait on a technician or somebody to call us. It's done.
Yeah, because sometimes it's just wear and tear on the light. Sometimes it's a guy trying to sight his rifle in.
Well, that happens.
It's already started to live at that point. Any other questions for staff at this time? I have one quick, so in your opinion, your staff recommendation number 2 could be out because that's already been met. Is that how I understood your reading?
Well, what, Mr. Chairman, so we have the letter from the FAA, and which essentially my understanding is they said this tower, according to them, will not be hazard to air traffic.
Right.
But in that they said they will also notify the FCC for them to do what they need to do. To my knowledge, we've not heard back from the FCC. So my understanding is condition number 2 still applies. Is my understanding. But I could be wrong.
I don't know what TOWAR is an acronym for something, but that's confirmed by the FAA.
My understanding
that's been approved and so.
That's correct. So
You have
TOWAR and FAA approval is for the tower structure itself. The FCC is for the communications equipment, which would be for Verizon. They make their application to the FCC because the tower does not communicate. It's the radios on the tower that Verizon takes care of that does the FCC part of it. So they have their documents. Everybody's kind of waiting until this meeting is over. Once it's done, the highway permit will be submitted and taken care of. So will the FCC. Final documentation will be taken care of by Verizon. And then that will be handed off as part of the building permit application.
So the applicant has no problem with condition number 2?
Absolutely.
Okay. Any other questions for staff at this time? is a public hearing. Are there any comments from the public? If so, please come forward, speak in the mic, state your name. Any other public comment? Any other public comment?
Mr. Chair, I move we close the public hearing.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to close public hearing. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Public hearing is closed. Commissioners, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chair, I move we approve the Bridger Tower Core special use permit 250 with staff recommendation.
Conditions.
Second.
Condition.
Been moved and seconded to approve. SUP permit number 250. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, resolution 2023-32.
Okay, thank you, Colleen. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're welcome. Thank you, commissioners.
We do have about 10 minutes for a break.
Indoor break.
We'll be back at next item at 10:55.
You were doing good.
Well, I can tell you, from my not that I. Unless someone comes over and said, hey, you ought to look at that. For country.
Well, that job you applied for is now open again, you know.
We'll maybe ask Brian, but I understood that we
This,
filled that position. Maybe we haven't.
what position is that?
A mechanic.
Oh,
Didn't we, Brian didn't mention that this morning, road and bridge mechanic, I know we offered, I know last staff. Meeting we had, CNP, they conducted some interviews and I thought they. I thought they offered it to one of the applicants. I know the deadline was.
It was basically saying the work function is employee.
Pretty well.
Every employee.
All right, our next item is not a public hearing. However, on the agenda is subdivision improvement agreement and final plat review for, is it Sid Trine? Simple subdivision 303. Presenting will be Assistant Director Planning Kim Dillon.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the applicant for this project is Travis White. The property is in the GRP zoning district. The planning area is Cody Powell Rural. We did receive a final plat application from Mr. White on May 17th of this year, including payment, final plat, other documentation. Then we received a revised final plat, which you see in figure 1. We received that on June 1st. So the applicant requests approval of the final plat. It will create one 25.22 acre lot that will be for agriculture and residential use. It will come from just over a 60 acre parcel. So if this is approved, there'll be a remaining parcel of just over 35 acres. The applicant also requests approval of the subdivision improvements agreement, which you had a chance to see. That addresses a driveway improvement. And that SIA was received on May 17th. The county attorney's office reviewed it. And of course, our planning director and the county engineer looked at that, is my understanding, and it was granted approval on June 2nd. So we have classified this as a simple subdivision. This is in the GRP zoning district, and the lot size as proposed is consistent with that zoning district. The property owner is Mr. White. And again, you see in figure 1, you see that final plat. The location of the property is approximately 7 miles west of Ralston. It's on the south side of Lane 10. It's just a little bit east of County Road 22, and you can see the location in figure 2. The property does have an address of 2172 County Lane 10. Neighboring use is shown in figure 2. Currently, this property is used for agricultural purposes. There's some additional agricultural uses surrounding this. And then there are some residential uses to the west, and then at least one residential use to the northeast. And again, that the neighboring land uses are shown in figure 3. And I should say, Mr. Chairman, the Chrisman simple subdivision is just to the west of this property. And you can see in figure 4 a topo map. There really is little change in elevation on this property. Municipal review requirements. This property is not within any municipality, so municipal review is not required. As you mentioned, this is not a public hearing because it's final plat review. However, I will mention that the notice of intent to subdivide, which is required, those were in the Powell Tribune once on February 2nd, once on February 7th. That's consistent with our regulations. Agency referrals. Subdivisions, we have a list of agencies we must notify. We notify others that we think might have a relevant interest. Heart Mountain Irrigation District was notified. They responded to us in an email on April 12th. They said they have reviewed and approved the water distribution plan. I have on here attached, the email is attached. We didn't attach the water distribution plan, but they have approved that. Fire District number 1, they responded, they said they can provide fire protection services. School District number 1 responded, they will provide bus service if that's necessary. TCT responded, they said they can provide internet and wireless internet and phone service should it be necessary, and should, of course, this subdivision be approved. The Postal Service responded, they will be able to provide mail delivery. Garland Light and Power said the proposed subdivision is within their territory and they have capacity to provide service. Conservation District responded. They said they found one soil type and they said it's classified as prime farmland if irrigated. And then they talked about any limitations and the reasons for those limitations. Black Hills Energy responded. They have natural gas service in the area, but it appears to be 1,000 feet away. And should natural gas be extended to this property, it would take 1,000-foot extension. Weed and Pest responded. Mary did an initial inspection. She said a long-term noxious weed management plan will not be required, but she does recommend the applicant follow best management practices. DEQ responded with their standard letter. We did get a response from Park County Treasurer. Their last response was an email dated June 1. Taxes are paid in full as of June 1. Game and Fish responded. They have no wildlife concerns. They provide their standard subdivision recommendations, which you had a chance to see, Mr. Chairman. We have a number of bullets from Public Works. I went through and I tried to, and I know you had a chance to read all these. I tried to summarize these as best I could. So in regard to Lane 10, which of course is the road to the north of the proposed subdivision, the applicant originally proposed an 18-foot easement. Public Works recommended a 30-foot access and utility easement coming to the south to get to this proposed lot 1. And you saw on the final plat that the applicant is recommending, he wants to dedicate a 30-foot access and utility easement through that remaining parcel to get to lot 1. And that is consistent with what Public Works recommends. And also, you'll remember seeing that Public Works recommends, well, they talked about a 60-foot access easement. So my understanding is Public Works is saying, should there be any further development, they will require a 60-foot easement moving forward. And that easement coming from Lane 10, that's the driveway that's in the SIA. So from Road 20, which is to the west, there's an existing 20-foot access easement that was part of the Chrisman subdivision that was approved. That subdivision was approved in 2014. That is a shared driveway, and Public Works said they will require that meeting their standards. I know it's not in the SIA. My assumption is currently that driveway meets their standards, but that's just my assumption. And I know Public Works recommended that a shared maintenance agreement be formed for that, but I know those are difficult because you're talking about Mr. White basically trying to get whoever the lot owner of the Chrisman subdivision to enter an agreement, and sometimes those outside parties do not want to do that. So my understanding, there is no shared maintenance agreement that has been proposed. So Mr. Chairman, that's what I know about Public Works, their responses. We've not received any public comments. Of course, I know this is currently not a public hearing. Planning and Zoning Commission looked at this in April. They recommended approval. They had a number of conditions. Number 2 was property taxes being paid. That condition has been met. Number 3, a water analysis is required. That condition has been met, and the analysis indicates the water sample meets the Safe Drinking Water Act requirements. And I believe we attached the water sample results, so you had a chance to see those. Number 4 was a note regarding wells and the state engineer's office. That note being on the final plat, that condition has been met. Number 5 was a note on the final plat that if a 60-foot access and utility easement is not provided, further subdivision of lot 1 or the remaining parcel may result in the requirement of a 60-foot access and utility easement. That condition has been met. That note should be on the final plat. Number 6 was the applicant shall approve the 18-foot driveway from County Lane 10 to Lot 1. That is addressed in the SIA. Number 7 was the applicant shall designate the 18-foot access and the 18-foot access easement and the 30-foot utility easement as a combined access and utility easement. That condition has been met. Now it's a 30-foot easement coming down from lane 10. Number 8 was the subdivision improvements agreement language. So, and of course you have that before you, Mr. Chairman. Number 9 was a condition on the final plat. Any access meet road and bridge standards. That condition has been met. Number 10 was a note on the final plat about the Wyoming Right to Farm and Ranch Act. That condition has been met. Plat Review Committee looked at this final plat on May 23rd. There were some minor corrections and changes. Then we received the revised final plat, which you saw in figure 1. We received that on June 1st. We have submissions for final plat review. Of course, final plat review is one of them. We talk about supporting documents required. We talk about a subdivision improvements agreement that in this case is required. We have a number of findings, Mr. Chairman. We recommend approval both of the SIA for this Citron simple subdivision and the final plat. And when we get there, we recommend 2 motions, one for the SIA, one for the final plat, but we feel like one resolution would be sufficient. We have some recommended conditions. Can I read those?
Yes.
One is the applicant shall provide all easements as requested by applicable utilities and special districts, irrigation districts, or public agencies providing services. The width of any utility easement shall be sufficient to allow adequate maintenance of the system, but in no case shall such utility easements be less than 20 feet in width. Easements must be identified on the final plat. Number 2, the applicant shall complete the terms of the subdivision improvements agreement timely and provide evidence of completion of all improvements to the planning and zoning department. Number 3, after the terms of the subdivision improvements agreement have been met and the applicant has been notified of such by the planning and zoning director, the applicant shall provide the final Mylar plat to the planning and zoning department to be reviewed and signed by the chairman of the Board of County Commissioners. Number 4, once conditions 2 and 3 have been met, the applicant, in the presence of a member of the planning and zoning department staff, shall record all required final plat submissions, including but not limited to the final plat and the SIA, in the office of the county clerk and recorder. This will constitute release of the lots in the development for sale. Of course, in this case, it's just one lot. And then number 5, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in Park County development regulations and the minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming statute 185306. Mr. Chairman, and I will mention, the SIA is the build form. So based on what the applicant would like to do. I'm happy to answer questions should you have any.
Thank you, Kim. Commissioners, any questions?
Mr. Chair, just maybe a question for the applicant. I don't know if the current crop that you have that's growing, is that hay that you have growing out there? If you split this up, does it become a spot farm, or how does this?
Different things built at the moment. There's a line that separates them already.
Okay.
Between 2 different.
So what we're worried about is we've had some of these in Powell and they've turned into tumbleweed farms. When you take them out of ag.
It'll still be farm.
Okay,
Any other questions?
Chairman, I move we approve the subdivision improvements agreement for the said trend subdivision. What's that, 303 or?
We have a second?
Yes.
a second.
Then moved and seconded to approve the subdivision improvement agreement. For said simple subdivision. Any discussion? Any further discussion? All in favor of the subdivision improvement agreement, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Mr. Chair, I move we approve the simple subdivision 303 final plat.
Do I have a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the final plat for Sid Trim. I hope I pronounced that right. Simple subdivision. Any discussion? Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Commissioners.
Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Travis.
2023-33.
All right, thank you, Colleen.
He likes to be referred to as Madam Chair.
Yes.
All right, thank you all.
Okay,
Right back.
is Ben outside? Next on our agenda will be Brian Edwards and Ben and Travis for some award and bid openings for Public Works and landfill.
I'm just on candy, so I'll just sit over here and travel from there. You go.
As long as you don't call me Madam Chair, I don't care where you talked about that in the hall.
Thought I was,
You don't.
thought
call
I
him
was the
Madam
icon.
Chair, I call you little Ben.
All right, there.
Okay, I don't know which order on my agenda, it starts with the award of the dust control applicant, if that's what you want to start with.
Yep, the CMAC, yes, sir.
Yeah, so the CMAC fiscal year 22, dust suppression that we were awarded. We had 2 bidders that submitted bids for this work. And what we came up with was, Dust Busters out of Evanston. They had a total cost of $127,503 for, roughly 18.5 miles of dust suppression. And then Desert Mountain out of Riverton had a $130,404.29. We're going to recommend that we award to Dust Busters out of Evanston. Kind of a little side note, I was chatting with Whiteout's people just this morning about stuff, and Desert Mountain, who is not the apparent low bidder, also failed to submit a DBE form with their bid, so they would be thrown out anyways. So our
form.
It's a DBE form for it's basically a federal disbarment thing. So basically they would not qualify anyways, but we were gonna award to Dust Busters anyways, or recommend to Dust Busters. So again, that's 18.5 miles. Roughly.
All right, commissioners, I believe we will have to have separate motions on all of these, so. If you want to wait till the end, that's up to you guys.
Mr. Chairman, I
Act on them as we proceed through them. So what's the?
I make a motion, we award the fiscal year 2022 CMAC dust control application to Dust Busters as recommended by staff.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to award the QMAC to Dust Busters as recommended by staff. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? All those in favor signify as aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Next on my is qualifications for TAP North project. If you.
Yeah, so have a little bit of, this one's gonna be a little bit interesting. The fiscal year 2023 Transportation Alternatives Program. We went out for a request for statement of qualifications and separate sealed cost proposals, and we only received one submittal, and that was from Engineering Associates. As such, the rules with the federal funding that's involved is we have to go back out and advertise for an additional 2 weeks on this before we can award. If no other submittals are received, we can choose to go with Engineering Associates, but per the YDOT, the local government coordinator people, they want us to go back out in 2 more weeks. So we're going to do that. We'll advertise 2 weeks, set up another date, come before you. On that one, I honestly don't think that we will get other submittals on this, but we have to make sure that we do.
Mr. Chair, we won't open this today, and EA would have an opportunity to resubmit if they want to, or they can just leave it sealed and we'll open it in a couple of months.
Okay.
So-
You may, even just to make it real clean, just requested you resubmit.
Yeah, and I talked to him pretty at length this morning, and YDOT is good with just
Either way.
Either way, but.
Yep.
Okay, so no action will be.
So no action on this. So
Then we'll move into the surplus equipment sealed bid.
Nothing on the dump truck.
Nothing on the dump truck.
And then here's the one, the email.
Yeah.
And then the bids, 3 bids, I think.
Okay. I would say on the tap stuff, just get back with Dossie or somebody when you have a more firm date of.
Yep.
And get on the agenda again for that. That won't hold up any of the.
yeah, we still have time on that. It's just we kind of really wanted to get them moving. Well, you know, there's a definitely an end deadline for it, but we'll get it as soon as we can.
We're gonna do the motor grader first.
Yeah.
Remind us that's an 81, Travis.
No, it's 85.
85.
Yeah. That's in use.
We just received the one bid on that
From Mountain Construction. They placed a bid of $56,551.
meets the minimum.
So that's, meets the minimum bid.
That's the minimum, I believe, is 48.
Yes.
So I believe we want to act on these individually as well. I think we possibly should. And some may not meet qualifications. So any questions for staff, or what's your pleasure?
Move to accept the bid from Mountain Construction for the 1985 patent model 13G grader in the amount of, what was that, 56? What was it?
551.
551.
56,551.
Second.
Sir, okay, it moved and seconded to accept the bid from Mountain Construction for the motor grade 1985 motor grader, $56,551. Any discussion? Any discussion? All those in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
There were no bids on the dump truck. And so the next would be the four-wheeler. And I'll also say that I messed up on the agenda. We showed the coolers on there for the Cayman fish, and those are not being open. We're gonna list those in a consignment auction.
Okay,
We don't have anything on that.
that was just an agenda,
There's an agenda error. on
not
my-
advertised.
Yeah.
Okay,
I forgot to tell them all like that.
so we have nothing. So next is the Arctic Cat four-wheeler.
Four-wheeler, yep. We had 3 bids on that.
And did we have a minimum?
We had a minimum of $1,500.
Okay,
The first bid is from Angie Sizemore. Submitted a bid of $2,000 even.
I'd add that it appears that one that wasn't submitted on the bid form that we sent out, but I don't know that that's a problem. You guys can waive formalities. But
Oh, yes.
that's just an observation. Because there's some things that they acknowledge on that bid form, but
This one is. I don't know. It's a surprise. Jerry Ross,
Ross,
Ross, submitted a bid of $2,611.01.
Might be what it needs.
Might be.
and it's on the proper form.
Yes.
Yes. And the final bid is from Sam Weil. $2,576 even. On the bid packet form.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Colleen.
So was Sam's on the proper form?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and Jerry Ross. So maybe we should take that email, just list the name, the amount they said, but because if we're not gonna accept Angie Sizemore's, because it's not on the proper form, I think we should just mention the email and they didn't submit it properly too.
That is correct. So Mr. Chair, we received a email bid from
Tommy Sauerwein.
Coffee Sour Wine for $1,000 that says my seal bid for Arctic Cat 4-wheeler is $1,000. If my bid is awarded, please call. And that was about, so it was not only late,
Oh, it wasn't.
so it was like 10 o'clock last night.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Okay, so just letting you know, that's what we received. Everything else we have opened.
Do you have anything on those forms that would constitute review?
I don't think so.
I don't
They're very simple. They're a one-page deal, and I think your high bid was on the appropriate form, correct?
Yes, it was. Yep.
So.
Okay, and I believe the high bid would have been Jerry Ross of 261101.
Yes.
What's the pleasure of the commissioners?
Mr. Chair, I move we accept the bid from Jerry Ross for $2,611.01.
1 cent. Is there a second?
Second.
Then moved and seconded to accept the high bid from Jerry Ross at $2,611.01. Any discussion? Discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes.
Mr. Chair, I'll also say, so we'll go ahead and list that dump truck that didn't get any bids. We'll list that at the consignment auction.
Along with
The freezers.
freezer and
we have several other
miscellaneous
things.
stuff. Okay. Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Was
Oh, one
that-
question.
Was that the dump truck that Buildings and Grounds was interested in?
Yes, yes, it is.
Okay.
That means it's free, no bid.
Yeah. No, there's a minimum. You might need it down there. In your place.
No, I need a jet boat.
Oh. Jet up and down the river.
No, a driveway.
Okay, next on the agenda, we are ahead of schedule by about 18 minutes.
Almost a half.
Discussion on approval of wages. As everybody that we know of here that needs to be here. I'm gonna actually ask the commissioners if you want to pause for a minute or go ahead and move forward.
No, I think move forward, keep
All
rolling.
right. We're moving forward.
Times are subject to change.
Do we have a presenter or are we just going to open for discussion here amongst ourselves?
As discussed per Chairwoman Overfield, our recommendation, working with the elected officials and the department heads, our recommendations for this year's wage increase would be 75 cents per employee with 3 steps given to each department head / elected official to present to their employees in their department as they feel necessary or as they want, as they choose. There we go.
Okay. So there's 75 cent COLA.
COLA.
And then in addition, there will be 3-step equivalent based on their number of
Based
people
on,
under them to use as they see fit.
correct,
Um,
and no
Commissioner.
questions are allowed. Oh.
Commissioner Stewart,
Mr. Chairman, as I recall, they said that there would be no more than 3 allowed per. Wasn't that part of my recollection that they couldn't turn and give like one person more than 3?
Yes. That was, I believe that was, or
I thought you could.
No,
Yeah, I don't
as
think
long
it-
as,
Your total dollar, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, your total, as long as your total
why
dollar.
are you looking at him? I'm mad at you. I mean, Mr.
That's the same, so.
madman chair is what you were hearing around.
Yeah, that's the way I understood Commissioner Stewart is if you have 2 employees, you can use. Did we have a limit though to the max? Could you give all 6 steps to one? Okay.
Okay.
That's not what I understood, but.
because the committee, I believe, looked at those 3 steps as some form of merit type of thing. So you may have one employee, that is outstanding and they deserve 6, and another employee only deserves 1. I mean, so it's up to the discretion of the thing, and then we are asking though that any department. We have several departments that have brand new employees and they don't want to give 75 cents and the 3 steps or whatever immediately. But we are asking that they mark that with we send out a sheet to disperse their money. So that we can keep that dollar in the budget and then say in 6 months, they want to give that person the 3 steps, then it's in the budget ready to go. Yes, or 1 step,
Yeah.
yep. Whatever they recommend, we keep in the budget, we'll keep in the budget.
And I believe the document that we'll be approving is on 21 of SharePoint. Says that each elected official and department head can disperse as they see fit. So timing isn't they don't have to start from day one. As they see fit, if they want to wait till December, I guess they have that property. Now, there's a larger lump sum for obviously the larger departments to give more to specific individuals, but that's the way I understand it as well. Brian.
Mr. Chair, the only thing I guess I'd add, and I didn't know if you want to do it in a separate motion, is we also wanted to make some adjustments to the temporary provisional. And that may be separate, but I just want to be sure that was not.
Yeah, so I have it right here because it has to be by resolution.
Steve.
Just to clarify, each employee would be given 75 COLA and 3 steps. So if you want to disperse them out, you still can't go over that initial amount that you've been given for your department.
That right. You can't not to exceed the amount of equivalent to 3 steps within your department.
But you may have to take away 7 steps from your whole department to give that one 6. As long as you don't go over the allotted amount.
Okay, understood. Do we want to do the individual department, these first 2 items separate, or lump the temporary employee pay scale into the same motion?
No, Mr. Chair, madman chair. No, I'm gonna just go ahead and make a motion to approve the 75 cent COLA and the 3-step to be dispersed as the elected official department heads see fit.
Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve wage increase this year and as stated. Do I need to repeat it? Anyone? Okay. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Okay, the next subject is approval of part-time temporary employee pay scale adjustment. Colleen?
Yes, so with the help of Brian Edwards, we looked over some of the starting wages on the temporary. So you were sent a chart, and this is a proposed 7/1 of 23, and you'll adopt it today. If so, this will take effect July 1st.
And for the commissioners, this is displayed on page 22 of SharePoint, if you want to review it. But bottom line is we have trouble getting entry-level positions based on our existing scale. So we're trying to up this to hopefully have more recruitment. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Stewart?
I'm assuming this is for the fair, the security supervisor of security.
Yes. We try to include all departments that would use temporary help.
No, I just asked him.
So Pub Works doesn't have a beer garden supervisor? Oh.
I couldn't.
We'll hire Ben for that. All right, Travis. Now see you started.
I'll do it for free.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the temporary pay plan.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the updated part-time temporary employee pay scale. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes.
Mr. Chair, can I just ask a clarification question? So if we've got people that are below that, starting now that are seasonal employees, July 1st, would they move up to the minimum?
Correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
that would
Colleen.
be resolution 2023-34. For the record.
That way they don't quit and reapply.
Well, that's it.
No. And you might make a list for Bobby just to help her out, who your people are.
I would almost say that it'd be to the department head or elected official on that. And if you want to get rid of somebody, don't even bring them to the minimum.
That's not an issue.
I know, I guess. All righty, that concludes this morning part of the agenda. Anybody have anything else quick?
On behalf of the employees in public works, thank you for the raises.
Yeah,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay, one other.
I just have something simple, it's nothing to do with the world, but, as you guys saw the, press release yesterday for the permanent plates. Well, just so you know, that it's not gonna be perfect for everybody, and they really have to pay attention to what they're doing. Cause the new plates are like $3.50, and then the sales tax and stuff. So granted, they're paying a $3.50 upfront fee, but is it really, with a lightweight trailer, really cost effective? So, we just want to keep in mind that, yeah, this is great, and people are just seeing permanent. They're not paying attention to the fees. And just remember, the legislators designed these fees and they make no sense.
So it makes it 400.
Well, it's $3.50 and then their sales tax, okay? Now, the ones that are a little older, if you look at it, so these are the brand new ones. The ones that are over 6 years, then they're gonna pay $50 plus 5 times the actual fees. So say you're paying $25 here now. So you take that times 5 and then the $50 on a little trailer that you may. So I just wanted you guys to know, this came out yesterday and we got it yesterday. So we weren't quite prepared that it was going to be released. The problem is our Tyler system is not up to snuff and it can't do this right now. So they're desperately working to get our plates fixed, our computer fixed to do these plates. But we might have to do finagling and help these customers out through the first month or so. Yeah.
Gotcha.
So just want to show you what they look like. They have no county on them. There's nothing on them because they're throughout the state. So it doesn't designate Park County or anything. It's a real simple plate. Now, if they say they have a 4-year-old trailer and they trade it in for a 3-year-old trailer, yeah, that $3.50 carries on except for the sales tax and stuff. But they can't do a 4-year-old trailer to an 11-year-old trailer and get their trade credit. So it's going to be really complicated for us.
Okay. Barb, question, does this plate transfer?
No.
No, not unless you bought, not to another individual, but say
If I get a permanent plate and sell the trailer, they have that.
within 60 days, you gotta buy another one and then you could trade it to yourself.
It doesn't go with the trailer.
No.
That's what I,
No.
No.
Okay.
So there's a lot of guidelines that people are not, I had one call this morning and by the time we figured out, he's like, why would I do that? And I'm like, yeah, so it's gonna take us girls to figure this out and not just everybody coming in saying that's what they wanted, because it might not be cost effective.
Okay.
And if
So
I
I-
get my way, motorcycle for next year.
But then,
No, there
where
you
does,
go.
okay, just saying, when you
Vaccine
start
muscle.
doing all this, where does the revenue come from? Then we're gonna have a income tax or a sales tax or something. If we continue to do permanent plates, keep in mind. Montana has the state income tax, they have no, if we do go that direction, keep in mind where the
be
revenue is
your
gonna
fault.
come from.
If I say
No,
income tax would be your fault.
no, I'm saying that.
Not my problem as long as I save money.
So Barb,
No.
question, you mentioned that they're working on the system is defined they, our IT or
No,
state?
it's Tyler, it's
That's that stuff
our,
that
Okay.
Mike said this morning.
yeah, and the problem is we're gonna convert. And we wanna convert into this new system before they download this, but they don't have it fixed yet for the permanent plates. So it's pretty complicated if you look at the way they're trying to fix it. So just wanted you guys to get heads up, cause we're getting calls off the wall this morning, cause it's already out there.
So you got.
Been on the radio.
Legislators are idiots, is that what you?
No.
I'm just checking.
You guys probably wanted to, that was the press release, you guys probably already saw it.
When is the effective date?
July 1st.
Okay, that's like.
So the gentleman, they're called in this morning, all we told them is if something and we're not up and running, we'll go ahead and give them the regular plate, and then once we're able to go, we'll offset it, you know, we're willing to work with them. It's just a matter when Tyler gets.
So
And you know, there's 21 and 23 counties that aren't running yet.
if my trailer's slightly over 1,000, I take the decking off and the tires and go get it weighed and then bring it back.
That's what I've done.
Thank you guys.
I
for
mean,
the
I've
reasons.
done.
I appreciate all. the
Thank you, Barb.
reasons.
I am.
Send them our way.
Wait one tire at a time on the bathroom scale.
Parliamentary, since I'm a newbie, do we recess or adjourn?
No,
No.
neither.
Neither?
Neither.
We just go to lunch and
Just go to lunch.
clock's ticking.
Pause that.
Okay, our 115 agenda item is continuation of partial vacation and amended plat for the Wagner subdivision 188. We will previously did not get through the hearing without having a lot of public comments, issues. We'll just do a quick recap with Assistant Director Kim Dillon.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the applicant is Mr. Wagler, and he wants to amend and partially vacate the Wagler Simple Subdivision 188. And what it will do, it will essentially change, as you've seen, it will change the configuration and the size of both lots 1 and lots 2. And some of the property from both of these lots will go to the Morager property, which is to the north. And then on what is currently on the east side of existing lot 1, some of the Morager property will go into lot 1. Lot 2 will become lot 102. Lot 1 will become lot 101. And again, both changing the configuration and changing the size. And you'll remember when we were here back on June 6th, that easement that was going through what will be lot 101 if this is approved, that was described as an agricultural access easement only to the Moragers. And now Mr. Wagler, as you saw the revised amended plat, that 40-foot wide access easement has just been changed to basically be just a access easement with taking out the agricultural part of it. And that really is my understanding. That is the only change from what we looked at back on June 6th. And Mr. Chairman, I apologize. I can't remember how far we got, but I will mention we recommend approval of this partial vacation and amended plat of the Wagler Simple Subdivision. Now with this revised final plat, and we have some recommended conditions. If you would like me to read those.
Yeah, let's recap. I believe we got through the entire packet, but let's go ahead and recap on the bottom of page 10, the recommended staff.
Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, the staff, planning and zoning staff recommends approval of the amended plat of Wagler Simple Subdivision 188, lots 1 and 2. Again, they will become lot 101 and lot 102. Our recommended conditions are: 1, the applicant shall provide all easements as requested by applicable utilities and special districts, irrigation districts, or public utilities providing services. The width of any utility easement shall be sufficient to allow adequate maintenance of the system, but in no case shall such utility easement be less than 20 feet in width. Easements must be identified on the final plat. The applicant shall provide a deed granting the vacated portion of original lots 1 and 2 to Kelly Morager and Teresa Morager, specifically merging and combining the lands into the Kelly and Teresa Morager adjacent tract of record to be filed subsequent to and at the time of the amended plat filing with the Park County Clerk and Recorder. Number 3, the applicant shall provide a deed whereby Kelly Morager and Teresa Morager grant the 3.3 acre unplatted lands to the applicant to be combined with and reconfigured into lot 101 of the amended plat of Wagler Simple Subdivision 188, lots 1 and 2, for filing subsequent to and at the time of the amended plat filing with the Park County Clerk and Recorder, and the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County development regulations and the minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming Statute 18.5.306. Mr. Chairman. And I'm happy to answer questions should you have any.
Commissioners have any questions for staff? This is a continuation of a public hearing. If the applicant is here and wishes to speak at all. No, you're good. I'm good. I don't see anyone else in the room, so I'm not going to give instructions on how to go about it. So
Move to close public hearing.
Second.
Chairman.
They moved and seconded to close public hearing. Any discussion? Discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Public hearing is closed. So commissioners, I believe there was some issues the last time, but I believe they've been resolved as far as your parties. So if you have no objection to continue, we'll open the discussion and or move to whatever you feel.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the amended plat for the Wagler's simple subdivision with conditions.
Second.
And moved and seconded to approve the partial vacation amended plat Wagner Simple Subdivision 188 as presented with conditions, staff conditions. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you guys. I had to go through it twice.
Resolution 2023-35.
Thank you, Colleen.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is board interviews for library. I'm not sure whether Michael Berghofer, if he's out there, he's not due until 1:30. We may have to wait just a second, and then we have
Mr. Shine's out. If either of them are out there, we can drag him in here.
Not yet.
Hmm.
Not yet.
Okay. I don't think we even have anybody online, but anyway, we do have one appointment to the museum board, which we have an incumbent that has reapplied. I don't know if you have that person's name, Molly?
It's
Karen
Horner.
Carrie Horner.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion, we reappoint Karen Horner to the museum board.
Second. Is there a second? Okay. Been moved and seconded to reappoint Karen Horner to the museum board. Any further discussion? No discussion. All in favor, signify by aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. So we're way ahead.
Yep.
I think he's here.
Yeah, we got that Gavin in.
Thought I was gonna get here early. Got the knife sharpened already here?
Yes.
Hey,
Welcome. You're Michael?
all my life.
Okay. Is this your first time applying for a board position for the county?
It is.
It is. So what we generally do, give me I apologize. So this is my first time too as chair, so.
I'm just here because the pay is extravagant.
Pays well.
So are we.
Yeah. But we'll give you a minute or two to introduce yourself, explain to us who you are, what you are, and then why you wish to be on this board, and we'll follow up with possible questions from the commissioners, and then maybe a little bit after that. So go ahead.
Oh, wow. Okay. Born in California, kind of, let's see, moved around a little bit in California, but moved to Oregon when I was a freshman in high school. And after that, it was kind of all over the planet, so to speak. I joined the Army after undergraduate school, ended up in North Carolina, ended up 4.5, almost 5 years in Japan. Got out, went to grad school, did some time in corporate finance. 9/11 happened, and went back. I still have some arcane skills that they valued, so I went back to work. Multiple deployments to the land of bad things. You may have read about some of it in here. But all along, I've always been kind of a fan of libraries and books. And in fact, I was joking with my mother over the weekend. I said, I remember we went to like Pleasant Hill, California, and I was in, 3rd grade or something. Came up with a dozen books, and the librarian looks at me and looks at the stack of books and what's going on. She goes, no, he'll read them all. But libraries have changed a lot. Used to be, the Dewey Decimal System. We're here to check out books and be quiet while you're in here. And now it's hard to imagine an institution that's probably undergone more change than that. So I had a medical procedure last year. And when I was in recovery, I read in the paper that there was a 2-year term. And I just remember thinking, well, that wouldn't be bad. Maybe I'll do that the next time I see one advertised. So I asked around at the library, what does somebody in this position do? They told me it's a lot of finance and helping the commissioners make better decisions, I think is one of the qualifications, and I've done a lot of that. Got some expertise in Excel and kind of modeling things, so you get all of these numbers together and you start squirting answers out, and people seem to find that comforting. I don't know. So, but it helps, figure out where the beams are going to cross out in the future. Things like that. So, and I think I said nobody ever made a movie about accounting and finance, but it's kind of a necessary evil. And I think as a volunteer, I could contribute to what's my new home, Park County, Wyoming. And I look forward to the chat.
Well, we'll may have a couple of questions from the commissioners, and we'll Commissioner Stewart.
Kind of looking through here. You may come back to me here.
Okay.
Thank you for replying. One question I have is have you ever held a position on a board of any kind?
A lot of promotion boards. I was on a couple investigative boards when I was in service, 15-6.
So you understand how a board functions, basically, is what I'm kind of getting at. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thanks for applying.
Oh, you're very welcome.
We have some, I guess you could call them very vocal and dominant people that are on our library board. Do you feel you could let your voice be heard during some of these meetings? Sometimes you almost have to be loud for this, even though it's a library board and you're supposed to be quiet. These guys aren't.
Well, I know I am a hard introvert, but in my line of work, I had to play an extrovert on TV a lot. So if they need to be loud, I can match that.
Well, not just loud, but I mean, I know that usually there's a feeling out process. You get the new guy, and sometimes they're quiet.
Sure.
Sometimes they're not.
Well, there's some people that are loud because they've heard that if you just keep, if you're loud, the louder you are, if you can't be right, be loud and you'll get your way. Those balloons I found are kind of easy to deflate if you understand the real problem. And that's what I found out as in the business world and the government. And when you're trying to eliminate your enemy is what is the real problem? And sometimes redefining that can help get everybody on board because it's typical for groups to have factions and leaders. But are you getting the job done? That's what I like to focus on. I worked for DHL as a contractor for a while. And they had this project that the CEO wanted done. So he said, here, why don't you work on this? Because they were going to hire some people that told us were real high-speed consultants. But I said, well, okay. So I went and talked to everybody that would have to contribute to solving this problem. And everybody said, well, it's not my fault. It's their fault. It's their fault. And everybody didn't want anything to do with this. And people were laughing. They said, you're taking 3 days. I said, well, at the end of 3 days, I had a problem statement. And I called them all in the CEO's office and I read this and he said, can everybody get behind this? Because everybody had to give something, but nobody had to give everything. And they all said yes. It was like 7 people that were at each other's throats. But you just kind of lay it out. That's just been my experience. And it helps when you're arguing too. Well, but you forget this, that, and the other thing. So just being prepared helps with that.
Thank you.
Very welcome.
Commissioner Stewart.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks for applying. I see with your background in finance, you'll be coming into, if you're appointed this position right at the beginning of the new budget year. How do you see yourself integrating into that role as, overseeing a budget or being one of the few people overseeing a budget? How would you spend the first couple months in that role with, say, looking at the budgets, or how would you interact with that?
Probably go over the last 4 or 5 years worth of budgets to see how it flows. I mean, we've had some extraordinary events in the country the last couple of years. So, 3 years ago, there's going to be all kinds of noise in a budget. But Wyoming, there's no state income tax, so it gets money from the state and the excise taxes from extraction and all that. But nevertheless, it's not wealthy, so you have to really pay attention. So I'm not going to be looking to call somebody out, but just make sure that it's allocated probably appropriately and see if there's other ways to allocate and get the job done better, faster, whatever, but not to try and upset the apple cart. Budgets are a fact of life. I can't imagine how many hundred I've worked on. So what is the budget for the county? I don't know. I've never looked this up.
For the county?
Yeah. What is it?
County's right around 28 million.
But I used to have to do that for Citibank. That was a nightmare because it's political, and I'm sure it is here too.
Not at all.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've been reading the wrong. I've been reading the wrong cliff notes from someone. But everything's political, so that's part of the landmine too. You can't just say what you want to say. You have to sugarcoat it a little bit, or just let it out in dribs and drabs. And I'm good at managing up. You tell people, think about it this way. Sometimes that makes sense. And then there's the legal issues too. Just because somebody thinks that's right doesn't mean we can do it. That would be important too. But probably just studying what happened in the past. Get back to the question. To see how the issues of the day were handled. In terms of maybe moving money around to handle emergencies and things like that.
Well, Michael, thank you again for applying.
okay.
And you mentioned the political part, so I want to use that as a question. I'm not sure how much you are familiar with Park County's library system. You do know we have 3 libraries, correct?
Matiti, Powell, and the
Cody.
one here in Cody.
Correct. So,
And I also know how many librarians are here at the one in Cody.
You do.
17. Well, maybe not because they had 2 quit. So somewhere between 15 and 17.
Well, the one, I'm not gonna call it controversial, but it is somewhat political, is the Powell Library is suggesting and requesting off and on now for quite some time, either a major renovation or a new library. How do you feel on that?
How old is the library that they have now?
Pardon?
How old is the library that they have now?
Built in the 60s, I think.
60s, I
50s,
mean, 60s.
60s, I think. It was
Yeah.
built in the 60s.
I guess
Have you been to the new line, been to any of the 3?
No, I go to the one here all the time. In fact, I mean,
But you have not visited the Powell one?
I've seen it from the outside, but I've not been inside.
Yeah.
I guess the people of Powell deserve a library experience. And I don't know that you can equal this building here for a town of 10,000. That is humongous space. So you're never going to have that, on a per capita basis. But I think libraries are a worthwhile investment. It depends on, now we may disagree on how much of an investment, but I think that's probably one of those functions where people like me that remember the population and we bring that community viewpoint to it, I guess. I mean, I've talked to some of the librarians here in Cody about it, and of course, they're always pro spend more money, but it's how you spend the money that matters. I mean, maybe you spend it today and you can help finish it out, or in future years, if you don't have it in the budget, but get the bones there and be finishing it.
Well, once again, thank you do you have any questions for us?
Well, I am kind of interviewing the board
Pardon?
commissioner. I said I am kind of interviewing the commission too. So can you just each tell me just what's your reason for being a commissioner? I'm interested in what motivates you.
The pay.
The pay.
What did you say?
Pay.
The money?
Yeah.
I'm with you. Absolutely.
No, Mr. Chairman, our answer is just one to, policy is always, I've always been interested in policy. And if you can't gripe if you're not involved. So,
absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I guess since I'm on the hot seat here, I guess I'm somewhat ditto with Commissioner Livingston, other than I was born and raised here, and you see a lot of changes coming, and when you hit a certain age, which I think we're pretty close, you have grandchildren that you wonder what their future is going to be like, and are they going to be able to grow up in the great place that I felt I have. So you get involved, or you shut your mouth and sit on the sideline and watch, and that's why I'm sitting here. So,
absolutely.
Commissioner Mangold is actually our liaison for the commissioners to the library.
Okay.
So if you are selected, you will be seeing a lot of him.
Okay.
And then on to that, I'll let Sheriff.
I like going
Commissioner
last. I
Stewart.
can just say everything they said. No. Actually, I mean, for me, it's kind of one of them 31 years of service to the county.
Right.
I wasn't quite finished and I was told I can't stay home unsupervised. So I had to do something, but the real reason is in the 31 years of being in law enforcement here, I've seen a lot in the county, and I've seen where we're going, and I've seen a lot of problems and a lot of good things.
Mm-hmm.
And I felt that I could bring some insight to some of those issues I see quite frequently that do involve this board when it possibly comes to financial obligations to these issues, or quick example, subdivision decision issues. I've dealt with a lot of bad subdivisions and bad neighbors and stuff like that. So I wasn't ready to just go retire, and it's just something I thought I could continue to, give some different vision to what a lot of people may see.
You have a lot of experience with the dark underbelly of the human race, I imagine. So,
oh, I have no
that's the
faith in people.
perspective. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. And Mr. Mangle?
Yeah, I was a mayor, I was a city councilman, and seemed like a progression, sort of. I'm just a glutton for meetings, I think. What the problem is.
Wow, somebody has to be.
Somebody has to be, but representing, I think is
yeah.
probably one of the things I wanted to do, especially for the eastern part of the county too, right? Trying to give a little representation there.
Yeah.
Right.
That is the hard problem, is giving everybody a voice.
Yeah, and even, getting more people involved with some of the public service too. That's sort of an issue. So we don't get a lot of people applying for even like library board and some of the other boards. And sometimes we have to go out and recruit some things. So,
right.
And even getting quality candidates for county commissioners sometimes is.
Have any of you, and I'm sorry, have any of you ever read Starship Troopers? Robert Heinlein? I was
a movie.
Well, but I read the book when I was in high school. When I was in high school, it was all about the sci-fi part of it. But when you read it as an adult, I've read it like, 25, 30 years later. You understand what he's talking about is what it means to be a citizen. And I guess that's one of the reasons I'm here, because somebody has to, and anyway, well, I'll keep my fingers crossed. I would look forward to serving on the board, and if you have any further questions, I think you've got my contact information here.
We
Anything else?
definitely will. We do have several other applicants. We will get back to you probably one way or the other, at least by tomorrow morning, if not yet this afternoon.
Wow. Okay.
I also keep in mind that just saying, because you're our first one interviewed so far today, if you aren't chosen, there are several other boards within the county, so keep your eye open, and if requested, we can keep your application on file for other boards. So, well,
I've already been told that if this doesn't work out, I can always go to work on their what is it, the
Arby's.
What's that? Arby's? Oh no, I'm retired. I'm not poor. No, the foundation for the library.
Library foundation. Yeah.
It's all dollars and cents. I just don't know if I'm wired right to ask people for money, but I have done it before. So, but hopefully this will work out. I think it would be.
All right.
It'd be
Thank
interesting. I like everybody over at the library in town. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
They're not supposed to grill us, are they?
No.
Everybody did a really good job of it.
I think we should set some rules.
Our chairman appealed to allow that to happen.
Yeah.
Hi, Dan.
How you doing?
For them to grill us.
At the interviews, you wait always. When he starts asking us questions,
Daniel.
Gentlemen,
Thank you for
inviting
coming
me back
in.
again.
This is, you're more experienced on that side than I am on this side at this point. Commissioner Chairman Overfield is absent today, so you're stuck with me for a minute, but
Sure,
we are gonna go similar to what we've done in the past and give you a few minutes to introduce yourself, explain to us why you wish to serve on the library board, and then we may have a couple of questions for you.
Okay, fair enough. Do you want me to repeat the whole introduction of
That is
who, how, and why I'm in Cody, or do you want to dispense with that and
give me the short version? My
version
memory
of it?
is I slept a couple times.
Okay, ended up here as a tourist, wrong time of the year, east entrance was closed, fell in love with Cody and moved here, right? So my background is public service, 16 plus years as a firefighter where I moved from in Pennsylvania, and now too old for doing that stuff. So now that I've moved here, my non-governmental, if you want to call it, support of the community is the Cody Cupboard. I'm on P&Z for the city for my city service, and I'm looking to serve the county as well. So this is my third attempt. The first card I had, I guess if you want to call it a Wyoming card, was a library card from the Park County Library. Even before my driver's license and concealed carry permit. I use the physical facilities, I use the online facilities for it, big supporter of it, and that's my speech to you.
Daniel, you go by Daniel?
No, I go
Dan.
by Dan.
Dan. I know you applied for the library before once, but what other ones?
No, not for the library.
Museum? Which
It
one did you
was
apply
for, initially it was for the county fair.
Yeah, that's right.
And then the second one was for county P and Z. First time for the library.
Okay. Well,
Keep trying.
yeah.
As you can tell, Mr. Livingston, I'm a diehard.
I appreciate
You
that.
know, I mean, I'm gonna retire this year, so I need other things to fill in my time here so that I can remain married. Yeah, and so I'm back in front of you gentlemen for the third time.
Commissioner Mangold.
As a member of the Cody P and Z, have you ever dealt with any controversial things?
No, you don't have to
Not
answer
since
that.
the last week.
Well, this could almost relate, getting your voice heard. We have some very strong members of our library board, and sometimes they can appear to be a little dominating. Would that be a problem for you? Do you feel you'd be confident that you could get your voice heard during some of these meetings?
I think you would find most people that know me think that I am an extrovert and that I certainly am not afraid to speak my mind.
Good.
Yeah,
Commissioner Livingston, you're good?
I'm good.
What, how would you relate your experiences with the country covered and P and Z as far as being on these boards? How would you describe those and how do you think it might assist you with this library? The board in particular, and as it comes to, I assume with country covered, you have a budget, but Cody P and Z probably not. But how would you integrate your experience with budgets into overseeing a budget like the library?
Yeah, so at the Cody Cover, we do have a budget. You are correct, and there is none at P and Z. So what we do is we look at what our expenses were for the past year, as well as historical for the past 3 years, and then we try to project what we think our costs are going to be upcoming. And obviously, post-COVID, the first year I'll say we didn't do a really good job at estimating what they were going to be, but I don't think anybody did. But I think there's also another side of that, and that's to be realistic based on what your expenses are and what you need to expend money for. So our approach at the Cody Covered, and as the chairperson, my message to all the board members has always been that we're only temporary caretakers of the organization, that our job is to make sure that we leave it better than we found it, and that includes financially as well.
And how would you come in into a position like this where you see maybe what you would consider waste in a budget and maybe not necessarily funding where it need to be in another? How would you address that with the rest of the board?
Well, I think, as I mentioned, I'm not embarrassed to say something. So if I see something that I think would be wasteful or I don't think is the best, use of the board's money, I don't have a problem asking that question as why do you invest it on this versus something else, or why do you even bother to do this?
Okay.
Dan, thanks
sir.
for replying. I'm gonna ask you a political question because it always comes up no matter what damn board you're on. So it's pretty straightforward. If you're on the board, do you feel that it's part of your position as a board member to dictate what books should or should not be on the shelf?
I think they should be dictated by the community, to be honest with you.
Pardon?
I think it should be dictated by the community. The board is there to provide guidance for the organization, to manage it and be responsible for it. But I don't necessarily know that the board is there to interpret what the community wants or doesn't want.
That's a very good political answer.
It's the same thing, quite honestly, back to this gentleman's question, the city P and Z, I mean, my personal feelings on anything are irrelevant. It's a matter of what does the community want, and furthermore, what do the laws say that we can and cannot do? It's not me. I'm just there to, help enforce that and support that.
Thank you. We got in trouble the last time, but I'm gonna ask you, do you have any questions for us?
No, I don't think so. Again, but
Um,
third time appearing before.
We do have other applicants and we will probably make a decision, in the very near future. We'd most likely to be notified sometime today or tomorrow.
Okay.
I appreciate you applying.
Well, I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to come back in and see all of you again. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Pass that back down to Scott. See, Colleen, you have a good day too. Molly, before your call.
Okay, so
Years.
that concludes
Date.
the interviews.
I don't want to go on a date. No.
That concludes all the interviews. So we do have the two applicants that we came in, along with, correct me if I'm wrong here,
That's two incumbents, right?
Jolene
And all fees,
and Karen.
No.
No,
all fees.
where the hell's the other? All fees.
Correct. And what's Jolene's last name?
Beakers.
So
Beekers.
we can start discussion or open the floor for nominations.
My question is what is Dossie goes to all those library meetings, and I'd like to hear what she has to say about some of it too. She shared with me that both Paul and Jolene are good board members. So, Mr. Chair, I would say that we keep the incumbents on the library board. And send a thank you note to those that did apply. So.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to retain the incumbents that have reapplied for the library board. Any further discussion? And also send a thank you note to the applicants. Do we want to just do in that thank you, just leave it at that, or just that we're
Or please
retaining?
consider us again for any upcoming things.
Okay. Molly can come up with something very good. All right. Any further discussion?
Well, just a discussion on the incumbents that are already there. I think it would take quite a bit of explanation if we weren't going to retain the incumbents, and if they're, if it's not broke situation. So
Right.
I think that the incumbents that are on there now have been doing fine.
Right.
Yep.
No, I agree with you. I especially from a commissioner that even, aren't you part of the library board too? Yes. Liaison. And that's what the liaisons are for. I mean, if you see a problem or have issues, then I would take your advice. I honestly don't know. It's not that I don't care, but I will go along with it. So any further discussion?
Well, I mean, I think that keeping an incumbent's not always a good thing. But I mean, but I don't know, and I'm not saying anything about these incumbents. I'm just saying the incumbents are not always a good thing, but
You getting out here?
looking at how many, no, but I think if I'm not sitting on the library board, I haven't had an interaction, if we've got two, the liaison or they're not going there, I mean, I have to rely on that expertise because I just am not up to speed on the library board, so.
That's the CYA if I've ever heard one.
I am on that board, I am on that liaison, CYA.
Any further discussion?
Oh, CYA.
Yeah.
All those in favor of retaining our two incumbents, Paul Fees and Karen Horn?
No.
No,
Jolene Beakers.
yes. Signify by aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Same sign. Motion passes. I will entertain another.
I move we adjourn. Mr. Chair.
I second.
You
can't
second, you're the chair.
I'll second that.
Been moved and seconded to adjourn. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
You didn't ask for opposition.
Nope.
It's a four of us already voted.